a guy who knows a little something about fixing the damn bridges, the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. We're doing our Blue Wall bus tour, Michigan. And we've seen so many beautiful cities and towns and met so many people as we are getting fired up for this election, right? So, Michiganders, we know we are part of the Blue Wall, right? And we got to make sure that wall holds, right?
Yes.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Our states sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House in 2020 and sent Donald Trump packing. And this year we are going to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and send that man from Mar-a-Lago home, right? So I am very excited to be here with my two colleagues from the Blue Wall, but also we are joined by a few others, because all of these governors on stage with me understand how close this race is going to be, and we are all committed to doing everything we need to win this thing. And they know for Harris Walz to win, this is ground zero.
That's right.
So please welcome my friend who has raised wages and expanded quality, affordable child care and brought bagels from New York this morning, Governor Kathy Hochul. My incredible friend and basketball player who cut taxes for working families and lowered the cost of higher education in Massachusetts, Governor Maura Healey. And my friend who fixed the Francis Scott Key Bridge and has delivered on issues from housing to climate, Maryland Governor Wes Moore. So this says how important you are, Michigan. We got 5 governors here. This is a BFD. Now, as governors, we understand how important it is to have a president that has our backs, who fights for the people, all of the people. We represent very different states, but we all have a common purpose: to get things done for the people we represent. And we need strong, stable partners in the White House who will have our backs.
You got that.
Kamala Harris and our colleague from Minnesota, Tim Walz, will work hard to make sure that all of our states are better places to live, work, and invest. They will care about the American people, all of the American people. They have proposed real plans to lower costs, to grow our economy, and to protect our fundamental freedoms. From building 3 million homes to tax relief for 100 million working and middle-class families, to in-home care for seniors on Medicare, to protecting women's, workers, and LGBTQ+ rights. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for us because they've lived lives like ours. They understand what we are going through. Donald Trump doesn't get your life at all, right? You think he's ever rushed out the door to drive carpool? I mean, you guys, he's been chauffeured his whole life. He probably doesn't even have a driver's license. You think he's ever cared for a sick friend in need or made them soup? Donald Trump cares about himself and only about himself, and he will say whatever he thinks he needs to get elected. And as president, he will leave us behind, just like he did before. In Michigan, we hear no about his record of broken promises. Donald Trump said he would save American manufacturing. On this issue, like so many others, it was all talk. By the time he left office, Michigan lost more than 280,000 jobs. He said not one auto plant would close. The truth is, 6 closed under Donald Trump's presidency. He even suggested that auto manufacturing move out of the Midwest and down south to non-union states. Now, there is no place in America that understands better than the Midwest that when a factory leaves, it takes a whole lot more with it. It means fewer students in our public schools, fewer first responders, fewer residents, fewer small businesses. All of us, Republicans, independents, and Democrats, want to bring manufacturing jobs back home. After 4 years of Donald Trump's failures, things finally started changing when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office. They worked across the aisle to invest in American industry and Midwest workers. Today, there are more auto workers, more factories getting built, more roads getting fixed. Those damn roads, Michiganders. You don't think I hear you cursing me under your breath when you're driving. But Big Gretch has a message for you. You're welcome. It's a thing. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, more auto workers, more factories, more roads getting fixed, more affordable places to live, more middle-class jobs than when Trump was president. And when Kamala Harris becomes our next president, she's going to throw it into overdrive, friends. On the other hand, we know that Donald Trump's agenda is to go backwards. It's the same old stuff from the same old guy, right? And we are not going back. Now let me get real with you for a second. I remember very clearly what it was like the last time Donald Trump was in office. And my fellow governors do too. During COVID, he told states like us, when we were desperate for medical supplies, that we had to go find them ourselves. He said to us governors, I am not the nation's shipping clerk, when we were begging for supplies to save lives here in Michigan, in New York, in Illinois, in Louisiana, in all of our states. But at the same time, he was sending supplies to his pal Vladimir Putin. He betrayed us. He betrayed his oath of office. In a second term, it will be worse. Just listen to what he says. He called for the National Guard and the U.S. military to be used against the enemy from within. He's talking about people who don't support him. Between the Supreme Court of the United States and his Project 2025 agenda, he would have unchecked power to do whatever he wants. He called January 6th a day of love. You asked the police officers who were beaten to within an inch of their lives if it was a day of love. We all saw it with our own eyes for what it was, an attempted coup that played out on live TV. As governors who have all faced our own share of crises, we know that tough times reveal your true character. Donald Trump has shown us that he is incapable of handling a crisis. He is a petty man who tells dangerous lies and is always looking for someone else to blame. We don't need that. We need leaders who are going to put politics aside and work together to solve problems. As our next Commander-in-Chief, Kamala Harris, will ask, what do you need? How can I help you? Are you okay? That's what a leader does. A leader rallies the troops to help one another. She is tough, she is tested, and she is ready to hit the ground running and will always be there for Michigan, for Pennsylvania, for New York, for Wisconsin, for Maryland, for every American. You West Siders are really rambunctious today. I'm digging it. It's great. Both Kamala Harris and Tim Walz embody the values that we teach our children here in the Midwest. You work hard, you tell the truth, and you get shit done. We all play by those rules. She will too. And we deserve a president who plays by the same rules. Now listen, Michigan, we can win this thing, but we need your help. If you're with me, I want you to say, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Can you make some phone calls?
Hell yeah.
Can you knock some doors?
Hell yeah.
Can you talk to your friends and family?
Hell yeah.
Are we going to win this thing?
Hell yeah.
Let's get it done. Thank you. Right.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. 'Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make 'em stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse, 'cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making it, my folks locked down. I never went nowhere, but they saying Luda's back. Blame it on that contour, the hood call it Luda-yak. And I'm on this foolish track, so I spit my foolish flow. My hands go up and down, like strippers' booties go. My verses still be serving, tight like a million virgins. Last time on a college remix, now I'm on the original version. Can't never count me out, y'all better count me in. Got 20 bank accounts, accountants count me in. Make millions every year, the South champion.
The middle class built this country. Our blood, our sweat, our tears, we're the ones that sacrificed to allow these billionaires to make their billions. And Trump said he wanted to send our jobs out of Michigan for a lower paying wage. So we get desperate and beg for our jobs back. Donald Trump believes that my family doesn't deserve a livable wage. Kamala Harris has a history of fighting for the American worker. Kamala Harris is looking out for us.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Llego a Puerto, voy para Miami. De Alto Cedro voy para Marcané. Llego a Puerto, voy para Miami. El cariño que te tengo no te lo puedo negar. Se me sale la babita, yo no lo puedo evitar. Cuando Juanita y Chan Chan a Chan Chan le daba pena. Limpia el camino de paz, que yo me quiero sentar en aquel tronco que veo y así no puedo llegar. De Alto Cerro voy para Marcané, llego a Puerto, voy para Mayarí. De Alto Cerro voy para Marcané, llego a Puerto, voy para Mayarí. De Alto Cerro voy para Marcané, llego a Puerto, voy para Mayarí. De Alto Cerro voy para Marcané, llego a Puerto, voy para Mayarí. De Alto Cerro voy para Marcané, llego a Puerto, voy para Mayarí. De Alto Cerro voy para Marcané, llego a Puerto, voy para Mayarí.
There's been so many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting our show together, we're polishing up our act. And if you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Well, don't you let nothing, nothing stand in your way. I want y'all to listen, listen to every word I say, every word I say. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Ain't no stopping us now. We got to do. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. I know. Ain't no stopping us now. We've got to do. it ain't no. Please, please, please. Don't make me stop. See, I don't know where we're going or where we're gonna end up. I'm moving on. But see, we're gonna keep trying. We're gonna keep trying over and over. Yeah. I said it ain't no stopping, no. See, it ain't no way, no way. We won't kind of polish up, keep us down. See, our time has finally came around. Say we're on the move. We really, really got to move. We're moving. We got it.
Can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, but go on with it.
Yo, Izzy, are you kidding me?
To us, yeah. So we are coming in with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah. And gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast with the friends that take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we bored then only said the road and me go on with the road. Third form, me say me try a thing. And you know it formed out to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronic say I sing. Yeah, see me all diggy soon get the higher ring like hello brother. You say I had to shot ya. Saw your poster, spectacular photo. Keep it burning, yes, that's the motto. If me the butter pass through your soul to can't ball in a life, man. Me have to thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we bored then only said the road and me go on with it, go on with it. Just show our blessings upon me and send me to tell them a story. Just show our blessings upon me and that's how I made to give him the glory. I'm delighted. Jah knows my passion ignited. Got the music get me excited. Coming like a potion. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we bored then only said the road and me go on with the road. To us, yeah, to us. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we bored then only said the road and me go on with the road. To us, yeah, yeah. To us. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful.
Please welcome Brian Hine. Brian is a trustee and delegate at the Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 687 in Warren, Michigan. He has been a proud union carpenter for 38 years at his local.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Hine. I've been a Michigander my whole life. I've been a union carpenter for 38 years, Local 687. And in this election, I am so proud to support Vice President Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has brought home real results for millions of American workers. I know because I'm one of them. In 2021, she cast a tie-breaking vote for a bill that rescued union workers' pensions across the country. With that vote, she saved more than 1.1 million pensions for American workers. Yesterday, I learned that my union would be next to benefit from that. I can't tell you what it means to me and my family. It's life-changing. Thanks to her, I can retire with dignity and peace of mind. And so can more than 22,500 of my fellow carpenters. As president, Kamala Harris will keep fighting for working people everywhere. She has a plan to lower costs, cut taxes for the middle class, invest in American manufacturing, and create more good-paying union jobs right here in Michigan. On the other hand, there's Donald Trump, who has never done a hard day's work in his life. When he was president, Trump incentivized companies to ship union jobs overseas. He gave tax cuts to billionaires on the backs of working people. If he gets reelected, he will jack up prices and kill the investments in Michigan manufacturing that Vice President Harris has championed. Investments that have created hundreds of thousands of jobs across our state. A second Trump term would be even more dangerous than the first, because he also plans to give himself unchecked power and control over our daily lives. All the guardrails would be off. We can't let that happen. Trump is only fighting for himself. But I am living proof that Kamala Harris is fighting for us. That's why I am so honored to introduce to you your Vice President and next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Yeah, freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
Michigan. It is good. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Good afternoon. Oh. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very tired. Thank you all. Oh, it's good to be back. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's get to work. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. So let me first thank all of you for taking time out of your very busy lives for us to all be here together this afternoon. I thank you so very much for all you do, all you have done, and all you will do over these next 18 days. Thank you all so very much. Thank you. This is an incredible group of incredible leaders, and your voice matters so much right now, and I think there is so much about our campaign that is about the spirit of reminding everyone that we're all in this together. We are all in this together. So thank you. And to all the governors who are here with us today, I'm telling you, they're riding thick. They're riding thick. Oh, and they are all, each one of them, such incredible leaders, both for their state and our nation, and such dear friends. And I thank you all, including, of course, Michigan's own Governor Whitmer, who we love as Big Gretch. And to the governors, I want to say you've been traveling the country for our campaign, and I'm so deeply grateful for your support. I also want to recognize Senator Stabenow, a champion for Michigan, Representative Skolton, who we will re-elect to the United States Congress. And while we're at it, let's send Representative Slotkin to the United States Senate. All right, so we got work to do. 18 days. 18 days left in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. And as you know, everyone here knows, this election is truly about two very different visions for our nation. Ours, that is focused on the future. Donald Trump's, that is focused on the past. Ours, that is focused on bringing down the cost of living for working families, investing in small businesses and entrepreneurs. Ours, that is about protecting reproductive freedom. But none of that is what we hear from Donald Trump. Instead, it is just the same old tired playbook. He has no plan for how he would address the needs of the American people. And he is, as we have seen, only focused on himself. And now he is ducking debates and canceling interviews. Come on. And check this out. His own campaign team recently said it is because of exhaustion. Well, if you are exhausted on the campaign trail, it raises real questions about whether you are fit for the toughest job in the world. Come on. Come on. So for all these reasons and more, we are here because we know it is time to turn the page. It is time to turn the page because America is ready to chart a new way forward. America is ready for a new and optimistic generation of leadership that is all of us. All of us. Which is why Democrats, Republicans, and independents are supporting our campaign. In fact, earlier this week, over 100 Republican leaders from across the country joined me on the campaign trail, including some who even served in Donald Trump's own administration. the people who know him best, right? And I believe all of this shows that the American people want a president who works for all the people. And that has been the story of my entire career. In my career, I've only ever had one client, the people. The people. As a young courtroom prosecutor, I protected women and children. As Attorney General of California, I fought for students and veterans. As Vice President, I have stood up for workers and seniors. And as President, I will stand up for all Americans. All Americans. And together, we will build a brighter future for our nation. Yes, we will. Because, by the way, we will win. We will win. We will win. Come on. Yes, we will. We will win. We will win. And we will win. And one of the reasons that we know we are working hard toward that win is because we believe together in building a future, in what we can do together as a nation, and a nation of people who see what we have in common, more than what separates us. We will build towards a future where we have an economy that works for all Americans. We will build what I call an opportunity economy so that every American has an opportunity to own a home, buy a car, build wealth, and start a business. In fact, do we have any small business owners here? I love our small businesses. I got a plan for you. I love our small businesses. Our small businesses are part of the backbone of America's economy. Bless you all for the work you are doing. So under my plan, we will also bring down the cost of housing. And we will help entrepreneurs start and grow small businesses. My plan will expand Medicare to cover the cost of home health care for our seniors, so that more of our seniors can live with dignity. And, you know, I'll just give you a little background on it in terms of a personal story. So I took care of my mother when she was sick. And for any of you who have taken care of an elder relative, you know what that is, right? It's about trying to cook something that they can eat. It's about trying to find clothes that they can handle on their skin. It's about trying to, from time to time, think about something that'll put a smile on their face or maybe just make them laugh. It's about dignity. But under the current system, and especially for those in the sandwich generation who are raising young kids while you're taking care of your parents, it's difficult. And under the current system, to get help for taking care of your seniors, unless you got the extra money sitting around, you'd have to leave your job or pay down all of your savings to qualify for Medicaid. That's not right. That's not right. So my plan is about saying, let's have Medicare cover the cost of home health care for our seniors, which is a matter of understanding how real people are living and understanding the importance of everyone being entitled to dignity. Our plan in terms of an opportunity economy will lower costs on everything from health care to groceries. I'll take on corporate price gouging because I've done it before and I will do it again. My plan will also give middle-class tax cuts to 100 million Americans, including $6,000 tax credit for the first year of a child's life so that our young parents can do what they naturally want to do, which is parent their children well, but they don't always have the resources to be able to do it. So let's help them out so that they can buy a car seat, so that they can buy a crib, so that they can take care of that baby's needs during that critical phase of their development. We all benefit from it. We all benefit from it. Dignity. My plan also invests in American manufacturing and innovation because I will make sure America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century. That's right. That's right. And so, to that point, and with pride, we all say, we must and we will invest in the industries that built America, like steel, iron, and the great American auto industry. And we will ensure that the next generation of breakthroughs from advanced batteries to electric vehicles are not just invented but built right here in America by American union workers. And Michigan, I know I'm going to tell you what you already know, but let us be clear for folks who are watching from different parts of the country. Contrary to what my opponent is suggesting, I will never tell you what kind of car you have to drive, but here is what I will do. I will invest in manufacturing communities like Kent County. Together, we will retool existing factories, hire locally, and work with unions to create good-paying jobs. Including jobs that do not require a college degree, because here's where I come from. I know a college degree is not the only measure of the skills and experience of a qualified worker. And I intend to re-examine federal jobs when you all elect me president, to assess those jobs that should not have that requirement, and then I intend to challenge the private sector to do the same. Now, all of this is to say Donald Trump has a different approach. He makes big promises, and he always fails to deliver. So, remember, he said he was the only one, you know how he talks, the only one who could bring back America's manufacturing jobs. Then, America lost almost 200,000 manufacturing jobs when he was president. Facts, including tens of thousands of jobs right here in Michigan. And those losses started before the pandemic, making Donald Trump one of the biggest losers of manufacturing jobs in American history. And his track record for the auto industry was a disaster. He promised workers in Warren that the auto industry would, and I'm going to quote, not lose one plant during his presidency. Those were his words, not one plant. Then American automakers announced the closure of 6 auto plants when he was president, including General Motors in Warren and Stellantis in Detroit. Thousands of Michigan auto workers lost their jobs. And Donald Trump's running mate recently suggested that if they win, they would threaten the Grand River Assembly Plant in Lansing, okay? The same plant our administration protected earlier this year, saving 650 union jobs. 650 union jobs. His running mate called those table scraps. So we fought hard for those jobs, and we believe that you deserve a president who will protect them and not insult them. And make no mistake, Donald Trump is no friend of labor. Let's be really clear about that, no matter what the noise is out there. He is no friend of labor. Just look at the record. Instead of his rhetoric, look at the record. And let's not fall for the okey doke. Seriously, he encouraged automakers to move their plants out of Michigan so they could pay their workers less. Understand what that was about. So they could pay their workers less. And when the UAW went on strike to demand the higher wages they deserved, Donald Trump went to a non-union shop and attacked the UAW. And he said, striking and collective bargaining don't make, quote, a damn bit of sense. A damn bit of difference is what he said exactly. That it doesn't make a, quote, pardon my language, a damn bit of difference is what he said. All right, brother. So, Michigan, you know better. Strong unions mean higher wages, better health care, and greater dignity for union members and for everyone, whether or not you are part of a union. Get that straight. Get that straight. Which is why when I am president, I will sign the PRO Act into law and make it easier for workers to join a union and negotiate for better pay and working conditions. And now Donald Trump is making the same empty promises to the people of Michigan that he did before, hoping you will forget how he let you down the last time. But we will not be fooled, because we know how to read Project 2025. For those who haven't seen it, just Google it. You know, I just have to keep repeating. I can't believe they put that thing in writing. I cannot believe they put it in writing. They bound it. They published it and they handed it out. And now they're trying to run from it? Come on. And so we've read it. It's a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what Donald Trump intends to do if he were elected president. So that's why we know, not only because it's what he did before, that's why we know Donald Trump will give billionaires and corporations massive tax cuts, attack unions, cut Social Security and Medicare, get rid of that hard-fought, hard-won $35 cap on insulin for our seniors. Check out what's in it. It will make it easier for companies to deny overtime pay for workers and impose what I call a Trump sales tax, which is basically, he's talking about at least a 20% tax on everyday necessities, which economists have measured will cost the average family nearly $4,000 more a year. And on top of this, Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act, okay? And has no plan to replace it. You watched the debate. So you remember? He has, quote, concepts of a plan. Concepts of a plan. So he's going to threaten the health insurance of 45, we need a medic over here. We need a medic over here. Let's clear a path so they can come through, please. And we got jokes over here, grounded in reality. We okay? Okay, we're okay. Thank you all. So, okay. So, you know, where I was going with that is, many of you may have heard me say, I do believe that Donald Trump is an unserious man. And the consequences of him ever getting back into the White House are brutally serious. Brutally serious. So on that point about concepts of a plan, it's funny. We thought it was ridiculously hilarious when we first heard it. But here's the thing about that. He is basically going to threaten the health insurance of 45 million people based on a concept. And take us back to when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions? You remember what that was like? Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. We're not going back. We are not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because we intend to move forward. Because ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And we here remember how we got to this place, because then President Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did as he intended. And now in America, 1 in 3 women lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many of these with no exception, even for rape and incest, which means you're telling a survivor of a violation to their body that they don't have a right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That's immoral. That's immoral. And I think we all know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. Not the government. If she chooses, she will talk to her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government, not some people up in a state capitol, not Donald Trump. No. So let me tell you, when Congress passes a bill to restore the reproductive freedoms nationwide, with your help as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. 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 And across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, fundamental freedoms and rights. I'm traveling our country. I mean, attacks on the freedom to vote. You know, in the state of Georgia, they passed a law that makes it illegal to give people food and water for standing in line to vote. You know, the hypocrisy abounds. What happened to love thy neighbor, right? Attacks on the freedom to join a union, attacks on the freedom to be safe from gun violence, attacks on the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. So much is on the line in this election, and you all are spending your precious time here together because we know this is not 2016 or 2020. The stakes are even higher this time. For many reasons, including because just months ago, the United States Supreme Court basically told the former president he is effectively immune no matter what he does in the White House. Right. Because we know, just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. Just imagine. He who has vowed he would be a dictator on day one. He who calls Americans who disagree with him the enemy from within. You know where that language comes from? The enemy from within, talking about Americans. He who says he would use the military to go after them, American citizens. He who has called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States of America. And we are clear, someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again have the privilege of standing behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again. So, Michigan, it all comes down to this. We know why we're here together. We know what's at stake. And we are here together for one of the most important of all the reasons. We are here together because we love our country. We love our country. We love our country, and we know that it is one of the highest forms of an expression of love of our country, of patriotism, to then fight for our ideals, to fight to realize the promise of America. That's what our campaign is about. And Election Day is in 18 short days, okay? And here in Michigan, early voting starts on Saturday, October 26th, which is 1 week from tomorrow. So now is the time to make your plan to vote. Make a plan. Make a plan. And if you have received your ballot in the mail, please do not wait. Fill it out and return it today. Because, folks, the election is here. The election is here right now. And like I know everybody here knows to do, we've got to energize and organize and mobilize and remind our neighbors and our friends that their vote is their voice. And your voice is your power. In a democracy, while we can hold on to it, our vote is the power that each of us as an individual has. It's an extraordinary power. And we will not give it away. And we will not let anyone suppress or silence our power. Don't ever let anybody take your power from you. So, Michigan, today I ask you then, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Trying to rain on the thunder. Tell us
two flames. Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Yeah. Freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
to voters in key areas of a crucial battleground state. And then we've got Michigan, along with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Yes, ma'am? Not on. What did I do with it? Oh, no, it's right here. It fell in the jacket.
Do one more mic check.
Testing 1, 2, testing. Yep. I think my jacket folded in, so I sounded under water. I'll have to be careful of that. I need like a hair. Maybe I can use this little hair clip and keep the jacket. How's that work? Yeah. Khalil's the only one that can tell I look silly. Rude. No, I'm just kidding.
Fix the problem. That's what we like. Push.
I was saying rude to him, but yeah, she laughed too, so wow. Okay. Michigan, along with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, is a part of the so-called blue wall that typically supports Democrats but flipped for Trump. The blue wall that typically supports Democrats but flipped for Trump back in 2016. Both of these candidates are spending a lot of time and money in these states. Okay, I think I'm ready to give this a go. Perfect. Okay. All eyes are on Michigan today, and that's because it's one of the states that will help decide the outcome of the election. Both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are holding events there as they tailor their final messages to voters in key areas of a crucial. Okay. All eyes are on Michigan today, and that's because it's one of the states that will help decide the outcome of this election. Both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are holding events there as they tailor their final messages to voters in key areas of a crucial battleground state. Okay. We've got Michigan, along with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, is a part of the so-called blue wall. Blue wall, states that typically vote for Democrats but supported Trump in 2016. Michigan, along with Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, is a part of the so-called blue wall, states that typically vote for Democrats but supported Trump in 2016. Both candidates are spending a lot of time and money in these areas. Reporting at the White House, Julia Benbrook, 7 News. Michigan, along with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, is a part of the so-called blue wall, states that typically vote for Democrats but supported Trump in 2016. Both the presidential candidates are spending a lot of time and money in these states. Reporting at the White House, Julia Benbrook, 7 News Night Team. Okie doke. Okay, great. And then if you don't mind, Elena, if we're good with those, I'm going to prep for City a little bit and we'll do the look live right after them. Is that okay? Perfect. I will see you back here then. That's the next one, right? 409? Perfect.
years, that's been slipping away here in Detroit, and we've watched it. It's been painful. And EVs might have been the final nail in the coffin for us. But President Trump has a strategy, unlike his opponent. He knows what he needs to do to stop it. And you already saw an example of it. The company, I believe, was Walbridge, am I correct? And they were going to build this massive plant down there just south of the border, and all the vehicles would have been built down there, and they would have tried to ship them in. Just him talking about it, you know, Teddy Roosevelt used to have a saying, walk softly but carry a big stick. Nobody's got a bigger stick than this guy right here. And when he starts waving it around, people listen. The guy's one of the best businessmen in the history of this country. We need to elect him president again. He's won 2 elections. He's got to win a 3rd. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your excellent remarks. You are exactly correct about the people in this room and the people in this community. And I'm so proud of President Trump and so happy that he came here to reach out the hand of friendship, because this is somewhere we got off the path, and the Muslim community needs to understand this guy represents your values.
Of this guy. I don't know. That's got to be a lot of lifting. I don't know. You have it. I think you have it naturally, actually. Well, I want to thank, and I'm really and particularly proud that you are here, because you've been right from the beginning. You understood it. You got it. A lot of people don't understand it, and it's sort of easy to do. And I'm so happy that it happened before the election as opposed to after the election, because this is big news. Now, I don't know if the fake news will cover it, but this is big news. Now, think of it. The biggest plants in the world were going to be built, and now they've stopped. And what that would do is really hurt America, and it'll devastate Michigan. So I'm glad you were able to hear it as soon as I got the information. But the information is solid, and we're going to get those plants to be built, ideally right here. We're going to work on it very hard. As far as the election is concerned, we're doing very well. You see we're up in the polls pretty substantially. They have a new thing, a new phenomena, and that's gambling polls. They call it poly poll or something. I've never heard of it. Poly market. And we're, I guess, at 64 to 38, 36, something like that. So that's not bad. I don't know what the hell it means, but it means that we're doing pretty well. And we're the 64, by the way. Okay, we don't want to be the 38 or 36. So I just want to let the mayor know. I want to let the council members know, the 3 council members. I appreciate it. We won't forget it. Please stand up. And I want to thank Brian and all the people from the UAW and just auto workers, frankly, UAW or not, just auto workers, and they're great auto workers up here. This is where it all began. It all began for the world. It all began right here. And then slowly but surely, and then actually rapidly, it got taken away from us like candy gets taken away from a baby. They take that candy away from a baby so easy, and that's what they did to us. And a long time ago, you know, I told the story where I was given the Man of the Year or something. I was given a big award, and I came up and spoke, and I talked about how this is long before I ran for politics. And by the way, the fake New York Times said it never happened, and then I found the event. I found it. Did you see that? Yeah. And they said, well, it never happened. There was no such award given, or there was no such event. And fortunately, we found a newspaper article that talked about I was up here. This is long before this. This is probably 18 or 19 years ago. And I came up and I talked about, don't let them steal your jobs. Don't let them steal your automobile factories. And but they did. I wasn't involved. I was happily in the private sector. But this is much better. This is much more important for me, because we're going to save America. We're going to save the automobile industry, which wouldn't have happened if we didn't come along. I mean, think of it. If you have all these places building these plants with China's money and other countries, I'm not looking to blame China, other countries too, you don't have a chance. You don't have a chance. We're going to build a lot of different plants in Mexico and Canada. We have to watch Canada. But Mexico and Canada, all of a sudden, you're going to say, what happened to our industry? We'll be bringing, because you'll be a parking lot for cars that are going to be sold in America. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to make the auto industry bigger and better and stronger than it's ever been before. And this community was such a big factor. I'm surprised you knew that, Brian. I'm very impressed with you.
Absolutely. Those are my coworkers.
Do you have a little Arab blood in you?
But these guys are good workers.
I know they are. They're great people too, and they're smart, and that's what we want. So it's an honor to get your endorsement. It's an honor to be here as we open up this beautiful facility. And I'm going to be seeing you a lot, Mr. Mayor. And I think it has a hell of a future, don't you think?
Mr. President, one thing that the Democrats keep sending to our communities to scare them that you will come and deport them, although some of them are second and third generation immigrants. So I want you to respond to these accusations and fear delivering to our community. What would you say?
Fake news. Fake news. They say every week they have a different concept for me. I'm going to be the biggest dictator in the world. I'm going to destroy the world. They have so many things that they've said about me, and nothing sticks. Is this the new one? I'm going to come and we're going to deport, but just your community. That's good. Well, and I'll tell you what, they're also great people. They're great workers. And you're going to be thank you very much. It's a tremendous honor to be with you. And now we're going to go. We're going to make 2 stops, and we're going to make a big speech. But this was a very important one. This is my first stop, and this is in honor of the mayor because, in particular, he and the 3 council members.
Mr. President, on behalf of the city of Hamtramck, and we would like to present you a certificate of appreciation for visiting our city. And I would like to call the 3 elected officials, if you don't mind, to join me to hand you this certificate, please. It's going to be historic for our city.
President Trump, we promise you we're going to be in the White House again.
Yeah! All right! See you at the opening of these great photo factories that we're going to build. Absolutely. Thank you, everybody.
We just want to thank you. Our restaurants endorse all of you guys. You know,
I heard that. How good are the restaurants? Is the food good or is it great?
Thank you. You are the only one that can make this America great again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Great. I will do that. I will. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend.
got my toes in the water, ass in the sand, not a worry in a world of cold beer in my hand. Life is good today. Life is good today. Well, a plane touched down just about 3 o'clock, and the city's still on my mind. Bikinis and palm trees danced in my head. I was still in the baggage line. Concrete cars, oh, they own prison bars. Like this life I'm living in. But the plane brought me farther. I'm surrounded by water, and I'm not going back again. I got my toes in the water, ass in the sand, not a worry in a world of cold beer in my hand. Life is good today. Life is good today. Adios and via con Dios. Yeah, I'm leaving GA. And if it weren't for tequila and pretty senoritas, I'd have no reason to stay. Adios and via con Dios. Yeah, I'm leaving GA. Gonna lay in the hot sun and roll a big fat one and grab my guitar and play. The 4 days flew by like a drunk Friday night as summer drew to an end. They can't believe that I just couldn't leave, and I bid adieu to my friends. Cause my bartender, she's from the islands. Her body's been kissed by the sun, and coconut replaces the smell of the bar, and I don't know if it's her or the rum. I got my toes in the water, ass in the sand, not a worry in a world of cold beer in my hand. Life is good today. Life is good today. Adios and via con Dios. A long way from GA. Yes, and all the muchachas, they call me Big Papa. When I throw pesos their way. Adios and via con Dios. A long way from GA. Someone do me a favor and pour me some Jaeger, and I'll grab my guitar and play. Adios and via con Dios. Going home now to stay. The senoritas don't care when there's no dinero. Yeah, I got no money to stay. Adios and via con Dios. Going home now to stay. Just gonna prop up by the lake and put my ass in a lawn chair, toes in the clay. Not a worry in a world of PBR on the way. Life is good today. Life is good today. so proud of how his little girl turned out. Think she dies of boiling of a good old boy like me. 'Cause I still go drinking, same friends on Friday. Bought a few acres, couple roads on the highway. Guess you never saw things my way anyway. But I wonder when you're drinking if you find yourself thinking about that boy from East Tennessee. And I know we both knew better, but we still said forever. And that was 7 summers ago in Southern Comfort, were we dumb or just younger? Who knows? Back then you used to love the river and sipping on a sixer with me. Does it ever make you sad to know that was 7 summers ago? 7 summers ago. 7 summers ago. Yeah, I wonder when you're drinking if you find yourself thinking about that boy from East Tennessee. And I know we both knew better, but we still said forever. And that was 7 summers ago in Southern Comfort, were we dumb or just younger? Who knows? Back then you used to love the river and sipping on a sixer with me. Does it ever make you sad to know that was 7 summers ago? 7 summers ago. 7 summers ago. A few days before he turned 80, he was sitting out back in a rocker. He said, "What you been up to lately?" I told him chasing a dollar, and in between sips of coffee, he poured this wisdom out. Said, "If you want my 2 cents on making a dollar count, buy dirt, find the one you can't live without. Get a ring, let your knee hit the ground. Do what you love, but call it work. And throw a little money in the plate at church. Send your prayers up and your roots down deep. Add a few limbs to your family tree. And watch their pencil marks in the grass in the yard all grow up. 'Cause the truth about it is, it all goes by real quick. You can't buy happiness, but you can buy dirt. Before you get caught on that ladder, let me tell you what it's all about. Find you a few things that matter, that you can put a fence around. And then he laid it out. Buy dirt, find the one you can't live without. Get a ring, let your knee hit the ground. Do what you love, but call it work. And throw a little money in the plate at church. Send your prayers up and your roots down deep. And add a few limbs to your family tree. And watch their pencil marks in the grass in the yard all grow up. 'Cause the truth about it is, it all goes by real quick. You can't buy happiness, but you can buy dirt. You can buy dirt. Thank the good Lord for it, 'cause he ain't making any more of it. So buy dirt, find the one you can't live without. Get a ring, let your knee hit the ground. Do what you love, but call it work. And throw a little money in the plate at church. Send your prayers up and your roots down deep. Add a few limbs to your family tree. Watch their pencil marks in the grass in the yard all grow up. 'Cause the truth about it is, it all goes by real quick. You can't buy happiness, but you can buy dirt.
Right now, I just need you to get real loose. Get comfortable. Grab grab your loved ones, or grab your love partner. And if you're by yourself, no worries. Just follow after me. Gonna do the two-step, then cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with him. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it. Let's have some fun. To the left now. To the right. Now take your left hand and put it on your side. Gonna roll your shoulders. Do the slip and slide. This next part's my favorite part of this time to shine. Gonna do the two-step, then cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with him. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it. It's simple, you can do it. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Now cool down, have a good time. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Do the butterfly, have a good time. Round, round, round and round you go. It's time to show out right now and take to the floor. Gonna do the two-step, then cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with him. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it. To the left. Take it down now, take it down now. Take it down now, take it down now. Bring it up now, bring it up now. Bring it up now, bring it up now. Take it down and crisscross. Bring it up now, crisscross. Do whatever you like right here. Just have fun. Gonna do the two-step, then cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with him. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it. That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? Gonna do the two-step, then cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with him. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it.
Out in the country past the city limit sign where there's a honky-tonk near the county line. The joint starts jumping every night when the sun goes down. They got whiskey, women, music and smoke. It's where all the cowboy folk go to boot scoot boogie. I got a good job, I work hard for my money. When it's quitting time, I kick the door running. I fire up my pickup truck and let the horses run. I go flying down that highway to that hideaway, stuck out in the woods to do the boot scoot boogie. Yeah, you told do-si-do, come on baby, let's go boot scoot. Whoa, with the one and only Dolly Parton. And this is dedicated to all my powerful women, working 9 to 5, 2, 3 jobs just to survive. All my powerful women, no man at home, raising all the kids alone. All my powerful women, y'all deserve a throne. Keep your head up and stay strong. All my powerful women, no matter what, never give up. I remember working hard with my mom. You name it, she did it. You name it, she sold it. You name it, she cleaned it. You name it, she owed it. She had to provide. We had to survive, so you name it, she stole it. Our whole life was layaway. Pay, but the bills never went away. Put your hands to the sky. This goes out to the women working hard 9 to 5.
Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living, baby. Getting by. It's no taking and no giving, baby. Use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5. For service and devotion, you would think that I would deserve a fair promotion. I want to move ahead. The boss don't seem to let me. I swear sometimes the man is out to get me. Here's to your mama and here's to mine.
Thank you, Dolly. Dolly.
Mama worked hard her entire life. She had 12 kids at 35. Working 24/7, 365. Working 5 to 9 and 9 to 5. They let you dream just to watch them shatter. You're just a step on the boss man's ladder. You got dreams you never take away.
Never take away.
You're all in the same boat with a lot of your friends, waiting for the day your ship will come in. Time's gonna turn and it's all gonna roll your way. Working 9 to 5. 9 to 5. Living, baby, getting by. It's all time and no giving. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5. For service and devotion, think that I would deserve a fair promotion. I want to move ahead. Somebody wants to let me. I swear sometimes the man is out to get me. Here's to Jane and Lily and the girls that fight for equal pay, equal rights. Now some of us are pit bulls too. We appreciate the things you do. Thanks again for shining a light on the women that work from 9 to 5.
It's my pleasure. Dolly.
Broadway girls alone. 2 Bud Lights deep and she singing things she don't mean it, no. I met her down at Althing. She said that she saw me walking in about a mile away. Bing just had to take her phone and that just took her smile away. She said I'm too drunk and crazy, she don't like the way I dance. I said you don't have to join in, she said she'd take a chance. I've been kinda crazy ever since they went down. I got kinda lost and baby, this what I found. Girls like you just wanna take me around, around and around. Now there's 2 things that you're gonna find out. They don't love you and they only love you right now. If I was smarter, I'd have stayed my eyes at home and leave them Broadway girls alone. Broadway girls alone.
They town just told me don't trust them. Broadway girls are trap. They owe me, they tryna finesse me. They see Will Morgan, they know that I rap. My horse is Porsche, she's turning me on. I jump on a horse, she get on the back. Went to the bar to go buy a drink. She listen to Pink, she told me she not a rap. I can't run out of money. The trenches love me forever. They treat me like Ed in London. Take her to poor, they ain't got a bed for nothing. The Cobras, boots, guitar, cigar, the bar. She riding a bull like car. She usually don't cool stars.
2 things that you're gonna find out. They don't love you and they only love you right now. If I was smarter, I'd have stayed my eyes at home and leave them Broadway girls alone. Broadway girls. Broadway girls alone. Broadway girls. Broadway girls alone. Think I ought to settle down and find me something I could take back to my hometown.
But I told them that I'm savage. They just tryna tell me that.
2 things that you're gonna find out. They don't love you and they only love you right now. If I was smarter, I'd have stayed my eyes at home and leave them Broadway girls
Used to spend my nights out in ballroom. Liquor was the only love I'd known. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottom and brought me back, being too far gone. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. I've looked for love in all the same old places. Found the bottom of the bottle's always dry. But when you pulled out your heart, I didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to get me high. And you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. Sunday morning, man, she woke up fighting mad, bitching and moaning on and on about the time I had. And by Tuesday, you could say that girl was good as gone. And then when Thursday came around, I was all alone. So I went for a
vacation. Deep sea senorita fishing down in Panama. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains, it pours. Now she was sure real quick to up and apologize when she heard about my newfound luck on that FM dial. And it's crazy how lately now it just seems to come in waves. What I thought was gonna be the death of me was my saving grace. It's got me thinking that her leaving is the only logical reason that I got the last spot in the Hooters parking lot, and the waitress left her number on my check with a heart. She picked up on the first ring when I gave her a call, and I only spent $5 at the Moose Club raffle, won a used four-wheeler and 3 free passes for me and 2 of my buddies to play around a golf. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. I've been on one hell of a redneck road for 3 weeks now, and it all started on the day that she walked out. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket, bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. She swore they were a waste of time, all but she was wrong. And I was calling number 5 on the radio station, won a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation. Deep sea senorita fishing down in Panama. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours.
I've known a few guys who thought they were pretty smart, but you got being right down to an art. You think you're a genius, you drive me up the wall. You're a regular, original, know-it-all. Oh, you think you're special. Oh, you think you're something else. Okay, so you're a rocket scientist. That don't impress me much. So you got the brains, but have you got the touch? Now don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm in the middle of the night. That don't impress me much. I never knew a guy who carried a mirror in his pocket and a comb up his sleeve, just in case. And all that extra gel in your hair ought to lock it, 'cause heaven forbid it should fall out of place. Oh, you think you're special. Oh, you think you're something else. Okay, so you're Brad Pitt. That don't impress me much. So you got the looks, but have you got the touch? Now don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm in the middle of the night. That don't impress me much. Yeah.
So you got a car. That don't impress me much. So you got the moves, but have you got the touch? Now don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm in the middle of the night. That don't impress me much. Now you think you're cool, but have you got the touch? Now don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm on the long, cold, lonely nights. That don't impress me much. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so what do you think, you're Elvis or something? That don't impress me That don't impress me
Windows down, country sound, FM on the radio. Just me and you and the man on the moon, cruising down some old back road. Now baby, don't you look at me that way, 'cause you know there's only so much I can't take. 'Cause you make me wanna pull this truck to the side of the road, slide on over, let me hold you close and tell you everything I'm thinking. Hop on down, let the tailgate fall, get drunk on you with no alcohol. If you don't stop, I'm gonna, girl, you make me wanna, yeah. Well, you know better than to wear that dress at all and be against the law. Plain and simple, girl, them dimples know just how to turn me on. Now, baby, don't you look at me that way, 'cause you know there's only so much I can't take. 'Cause you make me wanna pull this truck to the side of the road, slide on over, let me hold you close and tell you everything I'm thinking. Hop on down, let the tailgate fall, get drunk on you with no alcohol. You don't stop, I'm gonna, girl, you make me wake up with you in the bed of my truck and start over again when the sun comes up. You make me wanna pull this truck to the side of the road, slide on over, let me hold you close and tell you everything I'm thinking. Hop on down, let the tailgate fall, get drunk on you with no alcohol. If you don't stop, I'm gonna, you make me wanna pull this truck to the side of the road, slide on over, let me hold you close and tell you everything I'm thinking. Hop on down, let the tailgate fall, get drunk on you with no alcohol. If you don't stop, I'm gonna, girl, you make me wanna.
inside the truck bed as I was getting buzzed on suds out on some backcountry road. We were flying high, fine as wine, having ourselves a big and rich time, and I was going just about as far as she'd let me go. But her evaluation of my cowboy reputation had me begging for salvation all night long. So I took her out gigging frogs, introduced her to my old bird dog, and sang her every Willie Nelson song I can think of, and we made love. And I saddle up my horse, and I ride him through the city. I make a lot of noise, 'cause the girls, they all so pretty. Riding up and down Broadway on my old stud Leroy, and the girls say, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Everybody says, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Would, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Everybody says, save a horse, ride a cowboy.
We used to chase that Chattanooga freight, couple of kids in a Chevrolet, catch a little air when we cross the tracks, sipping on something from a paper stack. You hang your shirt on that maple lamp, slipping through the moon to the river bend. Wasn't very long, I was jumping in. I guess I'm still doing now what I was doing then, chasing you like a shot of whiskey, burning, going down, burning, going down, chasing you like those goodbye taillights, headed west to anywhere out of this nowhere town, chasing that freedom, chasing that feeling that got gone too soon, chasing that you and me I only see in my review, till I'm laying here tonight holding someone new, still chasing you, still chasing you. You always used to talk about LA, I heard you got as far as Santa Fe. Well, you know I tried to track you down, I only got as far as Guitar Town, singing about a girl I used to know, you should know that I haven't given up, I'm just on your radio, chasing you like a shot of whiskey, burning, going down, burning, going down, chasing you like those goodbye taillights, headed west to anywhere out of this nowhere town, chasing that freedom, chasing that feeling that got gone too soon, chasing that you and me I only see in my review, till I'm laying here tonight holding someone new, still chasing you, still chasing you. Chasing you like a shot of whiskey, burning, going down, burning, going down, chasing you like those goodbye taillights, headed west to anywhere out of this nowhere town, chasing that freedom, chasing that feeling that got gone too soon, chasing that you and me I only see in my review, till I'm laying here tonight holding someone new, still chasing you, still chasing you, still chasing you, still chasing you.
Swear that you're staying single, next thing you know, you meet a girl at a bar, and next thing you know, you get her laughing, it's 2 a.m. You're telling your buddies 3 months in, and she ain't moving in, but next thing you know, There's a U-Haul trailer, next thing you know, your old apartment, it's y'all house, new place. There goes the carpet, but the deer head stays. Next thing you know, you're saving money like never before. Just spend it all at a jewelry store. Getting down on one knee on her mama's porch. Just pray she don't say no. Next thing you know, your best man gives a half-drunk speech, and you're sunburned on a honeymoon beach, and your left hand's getting used to that ring. And there the next 2 or 3 years gone. Next thing you know, you weren't really trying. Next thing you know, there's a test on the counter. Next thing you know, she's standing there crying, nodding her head yes. You're half excited, half scared to death. Cause next thing you know, you're wearing scrubs and a funny white hat, and the doctor saying, how you doing there, Dad? And nobody's ever called you that, and you take the drive home slow. Next thing you know, it's first steps, first dates, first car. It's 11:01, wondering where they are. Just saying that a USC's too far. It's amazing how fast 17 years go. Next thing you know, next thing you know, next thing you know, you get to know your wife again, and you're more in love than you've ever been. With a lot of years of remember wins, and still some down the road. Cause next thing you know, got a yard full of your kids' kids, and you take them to church, teach them to fish, and you tell them stories every chance you get about how fast this life down here can go. Next thing you know, next thing you know,
Who doesn't know what I'm talking about? Who's never left home? Who's never struck out to find a dream and a life of their own? A place in the clouds, a foundation of stone. Many precede and many will follow. A young girl's dreams no longer hollow. It takes the shape of a place out west, but what it holds for her, she hasn't yet guessed. She needs wide open spaces, room to make a big mistake. She needs new faces. She knows the highest stakes. She traveled this road as a child, wide-eyed and grinning, she never tired. But now she won't be coming back with the rest. If these are life's lessons, she'll take this test. She needs wide open spaces, room to make a big mistake. She needs new faces. She knows the highest stakes. She knows the highest stakes. As her folks drive away, her dad yells, check the oil. Mom stares out the window and says, I'm leaving my girl. She said it didn't seem like that long ago when she stood there and let her own folks know she needed wide open spaces, room to make big mistakes. She needs new faces. She knows the high stakes. She knows the high stakes. She knows the highest stakes. Knows the highest stakes. Knows the highest We had a plan, move out of this town, baby, west to the sand. It's all we talked about lately. I packed the car, bring your guitar and Jane for smoking. First thing at dawn, you'd cue the songs and we get going. But you went home, waited on the porch for you, sat there alone all throughout the morning till I got a hunch down in my gut and snuck around the back. Empty cans and I'll be damned, your shit was never packed. Did your boots stop working? Did your truck break down? Did you burn through money? Did your ex find out? But there's a will and there's a way, and I'm damn sure you lost it. Didn't even say goodbye, just wish I knew what caused it. Was the whiskey flowing? Were you in a fight? Did the nurse come get you? What's your alibi? I'm in a way back to LA, and that's where you'll be forgotten. In 40 years, you'll still be here, drunk, washed up in Austin. Hell of a bluff, you had me believing. How many months did you plan on leaving? What happened? Bad habits. Did you go bashing? I loved you. How tragic. Oh, did your boots stop working? Did your truck break down? Did you burn through money? Did your ex find out? But there's a will and there's a way, and I'm damn sure you lost it. Didn't even say goodbye, just wish I knew what caused it. Was the whiskey flowing? Were you in a fight? Did the nurse come get you? What's your alibi? I'm in a way back to LA, and that's where you'll be forgotten. In 40 years, you'll still be here, drunk, washed up in Austin.
Got a girl from the south side, got braids in her hair. First time I seen her walk by, and I about fell up out my chair. Had to get her number, it took me like 6 weeks. Now me and her go way back, like Cadillac seats. Body like a back road, driving with my eyes closed. I know every curve like the back of my hand. Do 15 and 30, I ain't in no hurry. I'ma take it slow, just as fast as I can. The way she fit in them blue jeans, she don't tall grass, and my lips on hers. On the highway to heaven, yeah, the south of a smile. Get there when we get there, every inch is a mile. Body like a back road, driving with my eyes closed. I know every curve like the back of my hand. Doing 15 and 30, I ain't in no hurry. I'ma take it slow, just as fast as I can. I'ma take it slow, just as fast as I can. Heading down south to the land of the pines. I'm thumbing my way into North Carolina, staring up the road and pray to God I see headlights. I made it down the coast in 17 hours, picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers, and I'm hoping for Raleigh I can see my baby tonight. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Running from the cold up in New England, I was born to be a fiddler in an old-time string band. My baby plays the guitar, I pick a banjo now. Oh, North Country winters keep getting me down. Lost my money playing poker, so I had to leave town. But I ain't turning back to living that old life no more. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Yeah, rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Walking to the south out of Roanoke, I caught a trucker out of Philly, had a nice long toke. But he's headed west from the Cumberland Gap to Johnson City, Tennessee. I gotta move on before the sun. I hear my baby calling my name, and I know that she's the only one. And if I die in Raleigh, at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Oh, rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your panelists from the Metro Detroit community. And here are your panelists: Howard Lutnick, Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, your U.S. Senate candidate Mike Rogers,
please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
Well, listen, this is a great, great, great crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Congressman Byron Donalds. I have the pleasure of representing the state of Florida, but it is my pleasure to make sure everybody is welcomed to Engineering Design Services right here in Metro Detroit. We are going to have a fantastic roundtable with citizens of Metro Detroit. We're going to be talking about the policies and the issues that have really hurt the American people from the Kamala Harris, Joe Biden administration. And the guest of honor, the man of the hour, the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, will be with us.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Well, it's an honor to be with you. We're doing very well in the polls, as you've probably heard. They're getting very big numbers, Byron. They're getting much bigger than even anticipated. So I don't know what that means. That's a poll in itself, but the early voting seems to be even far bigger than we thought, or we had great expectations. People are not loving her, and why should she? She didn't show up for the big Catholic event. This hasn't happened in decades. She didn't show up. She gave a very short tape, and it was not an appropriate tape either, but she probably hasn't figured that out yet. And we should have gotten about 100% of the Catholic vote last night because I showed up. But I think we're doing very well. And we're going to find out very soon. And what I'd like to do is maybe before saying anything, I'll finalize it out, but maybe we can go through the folks and we can see what they have to say and how you've been doing. And I know one thing, everybody did better 4 and 5 and 6 years ago than they're doing now. That's one thing. That's one thing I know. So why don't we do that? And then we can maybe say a few words. You know, you have a great gentleman running for the Senate. And he's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he's a very talented guy. And I hear it's not easy, you know, to win these things. It's not easy, but he's doing a great job. He's taken, I hear he's taking a lead. We'll see what happens, but I hear he's taking a lead. So, Mike, we'll talk in a couple of minutes. How about we'll go through it pretty quick, Dale, and then I'm going over to make a little speech in front of 10,000 people. You think this is an easy life I have, right? I go from here, I say, am I finished? They say, no, sir, you have one more speech. Oh, good, where is it? What is it, 20 minutes, 30 minutes away? Is anybody going? It's about, like, we'll get you in 10,000 people. But, so Dale, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Dale, take it away.
You're looking good, Dale. Look at the arms on this guy. He's
Well,
almost as
Mr.
bad
President,
as
real
my
quick, one
friend
thing
over
before Dale begins.
Yes.
Understand, Dale's a third-generation union worker, dedicated Teamster car hauler. So I know Dale
Wow.
has a lot of concerns
Good.
about the auto industry. So Dale, please.
A healthy-looking guy, too.
Go right ahead. Yes, sir.
I believe Donald Trump will protect the Michigan auto industry. He will end the Harris electric vehicle mandate that has crippled the Michigan auto industry. He has plans to He has plans to impose 200% tariffs on all auto companies that want to ship our jobs out of the country. He will save our jobs. He will put American workers first. I don't know if you know, I don't know if you heard, but us Teamsters here in Michigan love Donald J. Trump. We voted.
Thank you.
We voted, and the results are loud and clear. Michigan Teamsters voted 62% Trump, 35% Harris.
Thank you, Dale.
President Trump, the Teamsters I work with have a message for you. They are voting for you because they know you'll fight. You will fight and save their jobs, fight and save America. Never back down, never surrender. Fight, fight, fight.
Well, Dale, thank you. And I just want to say, you know Sean O'Brien, right? Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, and he's a great guy. And they took a vote nationally, and I won by similar numbers nationally. And that's an honor. I mean, that's really an honor. I think it's been many decades before they endorsed a Republican. I think they'll start very soon. But we had rank-and-file Teamsters all over the country by numbers similar to that. And I have some good news for you on the automobile business in Michigan. I'll wait till we finish up maybe and talk about it, because you're going to have a lot of competition in Mexico, and that competition is not going to happen anymore. But I want to thank you. I want to thank the Teamsters also. I see another guy over there with that shirt. I can't miss him, right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hi. Oh, you do? Is he easy to work for or tough?
You see my grandbaby, too?
Oh, wow. Huh? Wow. Well, that's good. That's good genes.
I got my little girl there, too.
That's good genes, I can tell you. I look at him. You got the best. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. President, we also have with us your great friend, Howard Lutnick, CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald.
true.
Howard, based upon the last question, what are your thoughts about what we can do to reverse course in the auto industry, save it, bring those jobs back here in America?
So, for those of you who remember, my firm is Cantor Fitzgerald, and we were located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. So I lost my brother Gary, I lost my best friend, I lost 658 people that day. And so I understand what it means to have jihad, right? And there's a big difference between jihad and wonderful Muslim workers in Michigan. They are not the same thing. We need to crush jihad from this earth, and we need Donald J. Trump to do it. So I like, my friend, the president, said the other day that tariffs are his favorite word in the dictionary. What people should understand is that to protect, so what happened when Bill Clinton left office, he did NAFTA, which was another word to say gut Michigan, right? He let all the work go to Mexico, right? And he opened the door in a different kind of border opening. There was a work border opening. And so the tariff model is pretty simple. Lock that door. Bring it back here. bring the jobs here, bring the factories here. So here's an idea for you that we've talked about. Set significant tariffs out there, and if you open your factory here within 2 years, we'll give you the credit for your tariff, but bring it here. Let's employ our workers here. Let's create power from our workers, who are the best. They are the core of America, right? So, you know, when I first met Donald Trump, I didn't really understand tariffs, and he taught me. And now, you know, I'm just trying right behind them to say, I love the way tariffs take care of America. They will build us. They'll build us stronger. And I run his transition. And so what does transition mean? That means when my friend becomes the 47th President of the United States of America, I promise you, the greatest field of people ever to walk into a government is going to join him on January 20th. I have the best business leaders in the country, the best politicians who want to serve, the crowd amongst the 80 million Republicans, that we can have the best of the best join him to create the most extraordinary government you have ever seen to protect you and to build the America that he wants to build. They will be loyal to him. They will have fidelity to him. They will follow his policies. And this will be the most extraordinary government you've ever seen. And I am the proudest person to serve Donald J. Trump and help him be the 47th President of the United States of America.
Well, thank you very much, Howard. You know, he's being very modest, I have to tell you. This guy is one of the leaders on Wall Street, one of the most respected people in all of business, and certainly all of Wall Street. There's nobody really like him. And he's being very modest. He lost on that horrible day. He lost his entire firm, other than some people in Europe, a small group. And he saw it happen. He was driving down the West Side Highway. And he's always in the office at 6 o'clock in the morning, so he would have been there. This was at 8 o'clock. But his wife was just so angry at him because she wanted him to take their child to school, because he just doesn't do it, and he won't do it, and he hasn't done it for years. And this was the one day that he wasn't there at 6 o'clock in the morning, because he took his child to school. And at about 8:50, which is just as the plane was striking, he was driving down the highway looking at the World Trade Center. This was the only day in years that he wasn't in that building. And do you ever thank your wife, and do you ever thank your child? But it was amazing. And there are miracles in life. We have miracles, and we have help up there, Howard, in my opinion.
You and me together, baby. You and me together.
In my opinion. But at just the end of that, so he lost. I mean, you saw this. They had the top 3 floors, the top, great firm, and they couldn't get out. There was no way they were getting out. Some of the people were calling their wives, their family. I think you were speaking to your brother, right?
Yeah, my sister spoke to my brother.
Yes,
Say
speaking to
goodbye.
your brother. Up there, they knew it was, probably knew it was the end. And Howard sought to rebuild the firm, and he spent a lot of time, a lot of everything, a lot of effort. Most people would have said it was an impossible thing to do. And he rebuilt it bigger, better, stronger. But the big thing is he gave a big chunk of it for a long period of time to the families of those that died in the building. And who would do that? Who would do that? And so he rebuilt Cantor Fitzgerald into something bigger than it was, which was pretty hard to do. And there are a lot of people that love this guy. He's a special guy, a real talent, by the way, a real talent, a brilliant business talent. So he's in charge with a couple of other people we have that are great, work along with him. But he's in charge of that whole transition process, which is a very important process. I love these exploding mics, don't you? No, it's good for emphasis, you know. It explodes every time. Yeah, right. It explodes every time you're about to make an important point, so it's okay. It's not bad. I don't know. Normally I say don't pay the guy that supplied the mics, you know, but we'll pay. And then they say, Trump doesn't want to pay. But, you know, it's one of those things. But I just want to thank you for doing a great job, Howard. You really have. And we'll get on, and perhaps we can ask Nancy how we're doing.
Good. Thank you for having me.
Good. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Jaffer. I'm a Lebanese-American Muslim entrepreneur.
Good.
I am a psychologist and a holistic wellness practitioner.
Good.
I own a wellness center in Dearborn, Michigan. It's called Evolution Empowerment. And I'm not really here to talk about the economy because with that regard, I have utter faith in you, and you're golden to me. What I am here, you're welcome. What I am here to discuss is the health crisis. And it is exactly that. It's really a crisis in this country. We are the sickest population in the world, and we find it status quo that we spend more money on health care than any other country. So we have a system that is looking to obtain lifelong consumers. We're not really looking for cure or healing, and that's very concerning to me. Before I became a holistic practitioner, I was a school psychologist, and I worked for the public schools for over a decade, and I was constantly frustrated with the incessant overdiagnosis and overmedicating and overlabeling of small children. I don't know another country that finds it appropriate
collective bargaining. You know, I sometimes say to young people, and by the way, have you noticed how when you look at the polling, younger workers coming into the workforce, they get it, and they understand the power and the nobility of unions? And I always say to people, look, here's the thing about collective bargaining. Everybody should want that when there's a negotiation, the outcome would be fair, right? Who's going to argue with that? Everybody should want that. That there will be a fair outcome in a negotiation. All right, so if we start from there, all reasonable people, then let's think about it. If you're talking about the worker, the one worker, trying to negotiate against the corporation, is that outcome going to be fair? No. The disparity in power is too great. So collective bargaining, it's a simple and important point. You let the workers organize so that the collective together, who have the same concerns, the same issues, can be banded together to have equal power in a negotiation, because the whole point is the outcome of the negotiation should be fair. That's what collective bargaining is about. That's what unions are about. It's about basic fairness. And it's about the dignity of work. Understanding all workers deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. That's what we're talking about when we talk about this movement, and the strength of the movement, and the importance of keeping it going. We talk about then our knowledge about the importance of building a future where we tap into the ambition of the American people, where we build what I call an opportunity economy, right? So every American has an opportunity to own a home, to buy a car, to build wealth, to start a business. And I will always, it is my pledge to you, put the middle class and working people first. I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from. Hard work is good work. Hard work is good work and must receive the value to which it is due, which means understanding the value of the worker. And we know we cannot have a strong middle class without American manufacturing. Over the last 3.5 years, we brought manufacturing back to America, creating 730,000 manufacturing jobs. With your help, we announced the opening of more than 20 new auto plants in the United States, and we did it by investing in American industry and American workers. And I will make sure America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century. Investing in the industries that built America, like steel, iron, the great American auto industry. And we will ensure that the next generation of breakthroughs, from advanced batteries to electric vehicles, are not just invented, but built right here in America by American union workers. We will invest in manufacturing communities like Lansing. We will retool existing factories, hire locally, and work with unions to create good-paying jobs, including, by the way, jobs that do not require a college degree. And I'm going to tell you why. And I'm going to tell you why, because I'm really clear that a college degree is not the only measure of the skills and experience of a qualified worker, and we need to understand that. In fact, it is my pledge that as president, I'm going to do a critical assessment of federal jobs to look at those that don't require a college degree, so we can start talking about good jobs based on the skill and experience of the worker and not random measures of who can do what. And I plan on then challenging the private sector to do the same. And we will, importantly, protect the pensions of union workers and retirees. Again, it's about the dignity of work, which includes the dignity of retirement. After a lifetime of working hard, let's talk about the dignity of retirement, the dignity of aging. And that's why, as Attorney General, I sued the big banks to return hundreds of millions of dollars to workers and their families after their pensions were mismanaged. This is not new to me. I've done that work. As a United States Senator, I pushed for legislation to rescue workers' pensions without cutting the benefits that workers had earned. And as Vice President, I worked alongside then Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh, and we, for a year, worked on what we needed to do with the federal workforce, which was in our direct power, to increase the ability for collective bargaining and to ensure that they have all the resources they need to grow in terms of organizing. As Vice President, I also helped to do the long overdue work to protect the pensions of more than 1 million union members. And yesterday, I announced the protection of the full earned pension benefits of more than 22,500 union workers. Because again, just to put a fine point on it, when it comes to your pension or Social Security or Medicare, these are retirement benefits you have earned. This is not about a giveaway. You've earned it. And it must be protected. And it must be respected after decades of hard work that you receive it. And honoring these benefits must be an ironclad commitment. Now let's talk about, down on the other side. Let's talk about Donald Trump for a minute, shall we? And because he has a very different view. Now, in all seriousness, he has a very different view of workers, of hard work, of the dignity of work. You guys, and we know it. We know it. He tries to, do his rhetorical thing at rallies. like he understands what it means to earn a living. No, you understand what I'm saying? He pretends that he understands workers and the hard work and the battle workers face every day to get their due wages and benefits. Well, we're not falling for the okie doke. Because we know what he has said and we know what he has done. He who called Social Security a Ponzi scheme. He called it a Ponzi scheme. He recommended we raise the retirement age to 70. Can you imagine if you were required to work to 70? No. He who intends to cut Social Security and Medicare? You know, we know how many people, their only source of income is their Social Security check. Talk about, right, is the value about dignity in retirement? Dignity in aging? And remember, he was the only one, he said, he was going to be the only one who could bring back America's manufacturing jobs. You know how he does, I'm the only one, right? And then, because we're too busy watching what he's doing to hear what he's saying, we know America lost nearly 200,000 manufacturing jobs when he was president, okay? Including tens of thousands of jobs right here in Michigan. And those losses, we know and will note, started before the pandemic, okay? Making Donald Trump one of the biggest losers manufacturing jobs in American history. And his track record for the auto industry was a disaster. He promised workers in Warren that the auto industry would, I'm going to quote, not lose one plant under his presidency. Then American automakers announced the closure of 6 auto plants when he was president, including General Motors in Warren and Stellantis in Detroit. Thousands of Michigan auto workers lost their jobs. And if he wins again, we can expect there would be more of the same. Because we know what he has done. And we know that we're going to focus on the work, not the words, when it comes to Donald Trump.
Outside?
And we know where he took us the last time. And check this out, Donald Trump's current running mate, because you know the job is open, right? You know, like when people go for an interview, especially the young people, they'll go for an interview and they'll sit down and they're in the interview and they'll say, why is the job open? Well, we know why that job was open. So Donald Trump's running mate recently suggested that if they win, they would threaten the Grand River Assembly plant right here in Lansing. The same plant that, with your help, our administration protected earlier this year, saving $650 million. And I do believe some of the union workers from Grand River are here with us today. So you know what I'm talking about. And Trump's running mate called your jobs table scraps, right? So let me just say, needless to say, I will always have your back. And we'll keep fighting to make sure that you keep your jobs right here in Lansing and keep these most noble and important jobs for America's strength. That's the work you all do. You know, Donald Trump, he also promised that he was going to stop offshoring. Remember that? Then he cut taxes for corporations that shipped 200,000 jobs overseas during his presidency. Cut the taxes for those corporations, okay? And awarded nearly $500 billion in federal contracts to companies that were offshoring jobs, okay? Follow the money. He gave your tax dollars to companies that were sending your jobs overseas. And we got to get the word out to all of the brothers and sisters in labor and remind them of what this dude does, right? What he actually does. to labor. He is no friend to labor. And we've got to listen to what he says. Know that, you know that famous saying, listen when people tell you who they are. In fact, can we roll the clip? Let's see. There we go.
I used to hate to pay overtime. When I was in the private sectors, they say, oh, I don't want over. You know, I shouldn't tell you this. I'd go out and get other people and let them work regular time.
But they build everything in Germany, and then they assemble it here. They get away with murder because they say, oh, yes, we're building cars. They don't build cars. They take them out of a box and they assemble them. We could have our child do it.
They go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately.
Right. So, of course, that last bit, he was talking about Sean Fain, who represents nearly 1 million active and retired auto workers. Okay, so that's about 1 million auto workers, active and retired. Donald Trump, listen to his words. He's saying that auto workers are essentially engaged in child's play, that children can do it. Listen to what he says. I'm telling you, he's got his club. And I'm going to tell you, union workers are not part of his club. Let's be clear about that. No matter what he does at his rallies, let's be clear about that. Right? He thinks that the value of your work is essentially meaningless. That's what he's saying, to compare it to child's work. When we hear no, the work you do is complex. You do it with great care. You work hard. You are highly skilled. You are highly trained. And the best auto workers in the world is who you are. And the fact is, Donald Trump's comments are the talk of someone who has had everything handed to him. I know it's right. It is. I know. It is. This man, who never had to work a job that came with calloused hands or an hourly wage, right? Someone who got handed $400 million on a silver platter and did what with it? Filed bankruptcy 6 times. Come on. Come on. He will never understand the life and the work of a United Auto Worker. He will never understand that. People who work hard for everything they have, who take great pride in a job well done, who understand what it represents to their family and the future of their family. Again, I go back to the dignity of hard work. So let us be clear. Donald Trump's insults to American workers is not exclusive to that video, okay? So that was just a moment, kind of think of it as the commercial break in my speech. But his comments are not only that, because Donald Trump has been a union buster his entire career. He has called union leaders, quote, dues-sucking people, okay? He said that he supports so-called right-to-work laws, quote, 100%, okay? He bragged and joked with a billionaire buddy about mass firing striking workers and lowered labor standards and made it easier for companies that break the laws to get federal contracts. Donald Trump encouraged automakers of Michigan so they could pay their workers less, encouraged them to move so they could pay their workers less, okay? And when the UAW went on strike to demand the higher wages you deserve, Donald Trump went to a non-union shop and attacked the UAW. He said striking and collective bargaining don't make, and I'm going to quote, a damn bit of difference. So here's the bottom line. Donald Trump's track record is a disaster for working people. And he is, I believe, an existential threat to America's labor movement. And everything he intends to do if he is reelected is also spelled out in that Project 2025. So to read it and to know it is to know he intends to launch a full-on attack on unions and the freedom to organize. Okay? He will ban public sector unions, roll back workplace safety protections. Read it when you have some time, Google it, everybody's watching. Look, he will make it easier for companies to deny overtime pay for workers and appoint a union buster to run the Department of Labor. Be sure of that. Be sure of that. So to all the friends here, I say what you already know. It's time to turn the page. You all have taken time out of your busy lives to be here this afternoon. And we are all here together because we know the stakes in this election are so high. Yes. We are all here together because we love our country. Yes. We love our country. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism, the expression of the love of our country, to fight for our ideals. And that's what this is about. This is not, at the end of the day, a fight against something. This is a fight for something. This is a fight for something. Including the fight to realize the promise of America. After all, that's what unions have always done. It's about understanding the promise of America, which has to include the promise that we should make to the workers of America. So we have 18 days to get this done. It's not a lot of time, okay? And we know this is going to be a tight race until the very end. Yes. We are the underdog. But make no mistake, we will win. You know what to fight for. We stand for opportunity. We stand for dignity, and we stand for the future. And so I'll close by saying, and when we fight, we will. Let's give it up.
It's time to move beyond the division and the bullying and chart a new way forward with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. They will lift people up, not push us down. Both of them are committed to lowering costs, protecting our rights and freedoms, and ensuring that we all have an opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. And so, Arizona, once again, we need to get out the vote. And it's not just those of us here right now, because I know that everyone here is going to vote. And I know that we're all talking to our friends and family and neighbors and coworkers about voting, but I need you to show up to your campaign office. I need you to knock doors, make phone calls, and do everything you can to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. And when you think that you can't knock another door or make another phone call, I want you to remember this: 17,000 votes. And then grab another walk packet, sign up for one more phone banking shift, and fight to bring this race home. Because every single door that we knock, every phone call we make, and every single voter that we talk to will matter in this election. If you all do this, we can restore our democracy. We can protect the right to abortion in our state's constitution, and we can flip Arizona's legislature for the first time in more than half a century. And we will banish the chaos once and for all. So Arizona, let's go win this thing. Thank you.
I think we're fired up and ready to go. Am I right, Tucson? All right. Howdy, everyone. My name is Chris Cosico, and I'm but one of many very talented organizers down here in Arizona making sure we win this election. Now, a little bit about myself. I'm the son of a healthcare worker. Give it up. Yeah. So when the pandemic hit, I knew I had a responsibility to help make a difference, so I became an EMT to work on the front lines. Now this year I had a different calling. I wanted to make a difference here in Arizona for the presidential election, and that's what we're doing on the ground right now. Now, I'm here today, and I'm organizing in Arizona because my generation needs and deserves leaders looking at our future. Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz are not only fighting for my community, they're fighting for my generation. Now, folks, they have a vision for a new way forward that will protect our fundamental freedoms, create an economy of opportunity, and preserve democracy. We already know that the Vice President has been fighting for people like you and I. Meanwhile, though, Donald Trump would be, Donald Trump would be a disaster not only for students, not only for young people, but all Arizonans who care about the future. Listen to this, listen to this. His Project 2025 agenda includes plans to ban abortion nationwide. We can't have that. He wants to gut Social Security and Medicare. We can't have that. And economists agree his plans would cost Arizona families $4,000 a year. We cannot have that. Folks, the question is, do we want a criminal in office or a prosecutor? Do you want a candidate who is going to continue to grow our economy and bring jobs here to Arizona, or do you want a man in office who only looks out for his billionaire friends? I thought not. Folks, do we want Donald Trump? Or do you want to elect Vice President Harris to the presidency of the United States? So if you want to send the Vice President, and if you want to send Governor Walz to the White House, then we need your help. Folks, the time to vote is now. The election doesn't start on the 5th. It's happening right now. Check your watch. You can vote early in person at any voting location in the county. And if you plan on voting in person, y'all, bring your ID. Don't forget it. And we got to talk about voting by mail. We got to talk about voting by mail. It's easy. It's safe, it's effective. Follow the instructions on your ballot, complete it, and drop it off at a drop box, a polling place, or mail it over. Folks, we can't afford to delay. You need to make sure that your vote is counted. Get it in as soon as possible. But listen, y'all, the truth is, the outcome of this election depends on each and every one of us that are here today. We can't do this alone. Y'all, we have 18 days. We have 18 days to win. We have 18 days to canvass, to phone bank, to organize, to fight. And that's what we're going to do. And friends, it's not just about the top of the ticket. We got to fight for Democrats up and down. Y'all, that includes folks like Kirsten Engel, who we just heard from. And that includes sending Ruben Gallego to the Senate. Ruben's going to fight for us. He's a Marine. I've had the pleasure of knowing a few Marines in my life, and boy, they are fighters. And he's worked his whole life and has what it takes to lead in the Senate. But here's the good news, y'all. You don't just have to take my word for it. It is my distinct honor to welcome our next senator to the stage, Ruben Gallego.
Good evening, Tucson. Thank you for being here. It is good to be here with so many friends, longtime friends and supporters, and good Americans. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Ruben Gallego. I'm a dad, a husband, congressman, your next U.S. Senator, and a very proud Arizonan. But before Congress, I served the United States Marine Corps. There's always one. Rah! I enlisted to serve the greatest country in the world. The country that gave me and my family a chance, a shot. And those were some tough days. But the fight for my brothers in Lima 325 was worth it. And so is the fight that we are now engaged in. Arizona, we have 18 days until Election Day. 18 days until we change the world. And this excitement, this energy to have a better, brighter future for Arizonans together, juntos, unidos, we are ready to vote that way. And I know some Arizonans are already voting. My wife, Cindy, and I just dropped off our ballot 2 days ago. And guess who we voted for? Our next president, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Walz. But for you that have done it, that feeling of taking power, taking action to protect the future of our kids, to vote for the future of our kids, to make sure that they have something better, that they have something to grasp onto, some belief and hope in the future that I had. That was one of the most powerful things that I have done. And I encourage you to continue to do the same thing. Protect our kids. Fight for their future by voting. So remind your family, remind your friends, todos los vecinos, it is time to vote and vote now. There is a lot at stake in this election. Cutting costs for our families, protecting abortion rights, and defending our democracy. All of that and more is on the ballot this year. Since launching our campaign, I spent the last 22 months, yes, 22 months, crisscrossing Arizona, with the first campaign stop here in Tucson. I've spoken with Arizonans everywhere, the farmer in Yuma, the sheriff in Parker, the mom in Mesa, the teacher in Maryville, the student in the Navajo Nation, the abuelita here in Tucson. And here's the thing, we have so much in common. We want to build a better Arizona for our families and our communities. And that's what this election is about. Kari Lake will give us none of that. She will do anything. She will say anything. She will do anything to gain power and hurt Arizonans in the process. She will ban abortion rights and not even look back. She will put Medicare on the chopping block, and she has been very clear. She will block any logical border security bill and immigration reform bill that Arizona needs. This is someone who is still trying to declare herself governor after losing 2 years ago. Kari Lake is not looking out for you, but we are looking out for you. And I will make sure that your abortion rights are protected. You have a right and a future in this country. Because first and foremost, I am a Marine, and we never back down from a fight. So for my daughter, Isla, who deserves the same rights that her grandmother had, let's fight. For my mom, who worked so hard to put food on the table, keep us in the same shelter for 4 years, and send us all to college, let's fight for her. For my son, Michael, who deserves the brightest future I can give him, let's fight. In the Marines, we always said, if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. So, please, make a plan to vote. Mail back your ballot or drop it off in person. Make sure your voice is heard. And together, we can defeat Kari Lake. Defeat Donald Trump. Fight for a better future for Arizona and for our families. Let's go win this, Arizona. Muchas gracias. And with that, I am truly honored to introduce a man that requires no introduction. My friend, a fighter for families, one of the most dedicated public servants our country has known, the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Hello, Arizona! Hello, Tucson! Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? Man, it is good to be back. It is good to be back in Arizona. It's good to be back in Tucson. And I appreciate y'all coming out the day before homecoming. As we landed, we saw Colorado's buses at the airport. And I know, Colorado's got a couple good players, but I also know you guys have beaten them twice in a row, so don't bet against the Wildcats tomorrow. Come on. I love you back. But I am not here just to talk about football. I am here to ask you to vote for my friend and your outstanding Congressman, Raul Grijalva. For your next member of Congress from the 6th District, Kirsten Engel. For your outstanding next United States Senator, Ruben Gallego. And for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Now, before I get going, you guys have to forgive me, because let's face it, I'm a little out of practice. So I got a little something in my throat. But that's okay, because what I have to say is going to make so much sense that even if I'm coughing a little bit, I think you're still going to catch what I'm saying here. Because here in Arizona, voting has already started. You can vote early or return your mail ballot today. There's no reason to delay. What you waiting for? And of course, you can vote at your polling place on Election Day, November 5th. Si se puede, just remember to bring your photo ID. And I think, as Ruben mentioned, si se puede. But as Ruben mentioned, you need to make a plan. And if you've got any confusion, any uncertainty about what your plan is to vote, then you go to iwillvote.com/AZ. And then once you've got a plan, then you've got to make sure your friends and family make a plan to vote too. Because together we've got a chance to choose a new generation of leadership in this country and start building a better and stronger and fairer and more hopeful America. Now, we know we know this election is going to be tight. And it's going to be tight because a lot of Americans are struggling right now. As a country, we've been through a lot over the last few years. We've had a historic pandemic that wreaked havoc on communities and businesses. Disruptions from the pandemic then caused prices to spike, and that put a strain on family budgets. And in a lot of ways, it felt like the aspirations of working people have taken a back seat to the priorities of the rich and the powerful and the well-connected. So I understand why people are looking to shake things up. I get why sometimes folks are frustrated with politics. I'm sometimes frustrated with politics. So I get it. What I cannot understand is why anyone would think that Donald Trump will shake things up in a way that is good for you. That I don't understand. Because there is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself. I've said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down that golden escalator 9 years ago. And when he's not complaining, he's trying to sell you stuff. He's got his gold sneakers. He's got the $100,000 watch. Says it's a Swiss watch, but nobody can actually figure out where in Switzerland was this thing made. He's got, this is my favorite. He's got the Trump Bible. Wants you to buy the Word of God, Donald Trump edition. His name's going to be on there, embossed, right next to Luke and Mark and Matthew. And by the way, I will give you one guess. You could not make this stuff up. Where these Bibles are made. So, Mr. Tough Guy on China, except when he can make a few bucks, hawking his Trump edition Bibles. Come on, man. You can't make this stuff up. But he's doing it. And the reason he's doing it is because what he cares about is his ego and his money and his status. He's not thinking about you. Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than a means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his country club buddies. He doesn't care if he costs more women their reproductive freedoms because it won't make a difference in his life. Do not boo. Vote. They can't hear you when you boo, but when you vote, everybody can hear you. Vote. Most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the, quote, real Americans, by which he means his supporters, and the outsiders who don't support him. Because having people divided and angry and aggrieved and resentful, he figures that boosts his chances to get elected. Now, So those are his intentions. I do have to point out that along with his intentions, there is also a question of his competence. Have you seen him lately? I mean, he is out there, he's given 2.5 hour speeches, just word salads. You have no idea what he's talking about. He's talking about Hannibal Lecter. He's talking about this. He's talking about that. He held a town hall meeting where he just, let me explain, because I've done a lot of town hall meetings. The point of a town hall meeting is to take questions. He just decided, you know what, I'm going to stop taking questions, and then he's swaying to Ave Maria and YMCA for about half an hour. Folks are standing there not sure what's happening. Can you imagine if I did that? Can you imagine if Ruben did that right in the middle? Now, our playlist would probably be better. But he called himself the father of IVF. I do not know what that means. You do not either. He said January 6th was a day of love. Do not boo, vote. It made January 6th sound like it was Woodstock. You would be worried if your grandpa was acting like this. No, I'm not joking. You would, right? You'd call up your cousins and you say, have you noticed? So imagine it coming from a guy who wants to be given unchecked power. Tucson, we do not need to see what an older, loonier Donald Trump looks like with no guardrails. We have had enough of arrogance and bumbling and bluster and division. America's ready to turn the page. We're ready for a better story. We are ready for a president, Kamala Harris. I warned you. I gotta go ahead and chant that. And the good news is, Kamala Harris is ready to do the job. This is a leader who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice, who need a champion. Somebody who was raised in the middle class, believes in the values that built this country, worked her way through college in McDonald's, served with distinction in every office she has ever held, who is as prepared for the job as any nominee for president has ever been. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Love that dude. Tim's a veteran. He's a teacher. He's a coach. He's a hunter. Been a great governor, working with Democrats and Republicans to get stuff done. And I learned the other day, he can take a vintage truck apart and put it back together again, which is just cool. You think Donald Trump can do that? For that matter, do you think Donald Trump has ever changed a tire in his life? Yeah, you know, he's like having Jeeves change his tire. The point is, I was just picturing it. The point is, if you elect Kamala and Tim, they will not be focused on their problems. They will be focused on yours. They understand that too many folks, not just here in Arizona, but across the country, are still struggling to pay the bills. Even though wages are steadily growing, even though inflation's finally slowing, the price of everything, from healthcare to housing to groceries, it's still too high, and it hurts. So the question is not whether or not we need to do some things different. The question is, who's really going to do something about it? So what we need to do is to evaluate the plans of the respective candidates. Donald Trump's plan is to give another massive tax cut to billionaires and big corporations. Now, do not boo. Vote. I am going to break you of this habit. Now, some people, because, you know, I'm having conversations around the country with folks as I go campaigning, and I'll hear some people say, you know, well, I remember the economy when those first 2 years with Trump, they were pretty good. And I say, yeah, it was good. Because it was my economy that I gave to him. I had spent the previous 8 years cleaning up the mess that Republicans had left me. So when I handed over the economy to Donald Trump, we had 75 straight months of job growth. And I said, here you go. And all he did with it was give a tax cut to people who did not need one. And drove up the deficit in the process. And now he wants to do it again. Now, wait. Now, in fairness, his other big economic plan is to slap tariffs on everything from food to TVs. Now, understand a tariff is any imported good, you just slap an extra cost on it. And if some other country's not playing fair in terms of trade, then you use it as a tool in your tool belt. But this is basically a Trump sales tax that could cost the average family almost $4,000 a year. This is not a plan to bring down prices. If you think prices are high now, Donald Trump's message is you ain't seen nothing yet. When it comes to health care, Donald Trump's got one answer, and that is end Obamacare. Get rid of the Affordable Care Act, even though 45 million people rely on it. Couple of weeks ago, his running mate had the nerve, the chutzpah, to say that Donald Trump salvaged the Affordable Care Act. What? Donald Trump spent his entire presidency trying to dismantle it, and he couldn't even do that right. Thanks to John McCain, he didn't do it. And now, 8 years after he was elected, after all the arguments against Obamacare have been proven to be wrong, and even folks who don't like me sure like that insurance, when he was asked about it, he said, well, I have a concept of a plan for how I might replace it. Now, I want you to think about that. Let's say your boss gives you an assignment, says she needs it by Friday. Friday rolls around, your boss says, so, did you finish that project I asked for? Well, I haven't actually started, but I do have a concept of a plan. Students here at Arizona, you could try it with your professors. Now, papers due, and you just write on a sheet of paper, concept of a plan. You could try it at home. Honey, did you do the dishes? I have a concept of a plan to do the dishes. Haven't done them yet. How's that going to go over? If it wouldn't work for you, why should it work for the President of the United States? But the good news is that Kamala Harris does not have concepts of a plan. She has an actual plan to make your life better. So, to bring down the cost of things like groceries, she'll go after corporations that are jacking up prices, just like she went after big banks and for-profit colleges when she was Attorney General in California. And believe me, when Kamala does, nobody's going to want to stand in her way. I've witnessed it. I remember after the home mortgage crisis, Kamala pushed me and my administration harder than any other Attorney General in the country to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. And it didn't matter that I was a Democrat. She wasn't going to let anything stop her from winning as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. That's who she is. That's the kind of president Kamala Harris will be. To lower housing costs, Kamala is going to cut red tape and work with state and local governments, as well as the private sector, to build 3 million new homes. Concrete plans. She'll give first-time homebuyers up to $25,000 to help them with a down payment. Concrete plans. To lower health care costs. Kamala already worked with Joe Biden to take on the drug companies, bring down the cost of insulin, hearing aids, more than 50 prescription drugs. Rubin worked on that. He knows about it. And as president, Kamala will never stop working to limit out-of-pocket costs and protect your care. Concrete plans. That's who Kamala is. And instead of giving more tax cuts to billionaires and people who don't need them and raising prices on working families, Kamala's going to give a tax cut to 100 million middle-class and working people here in America. So, if you're a new parent, you could qualify for a $6,000 tax credit during the first year of your child's life. That will help because raising kids is hard. She wants to make it easier to afford stuff like a crib or a car seat or diapers. You think Donald Trump's ever changed a diaper? No. Jeeves, what is this? If you're starting a small business, Kamala Harris will give you a $50,000 tax credit to help you get it off the ground. She believes in entrepreneurship. That's who Kamala is. That's what she stands for, not concepts of a plan, actual plans. Now, if you challenge Trump or J.D. Vance on these quote-unquote concepts, they'll fall back on one final answer. This is their go-to. After everything else makes no sense, they'll go, and it doesn't matter what the issue is, housing, health care, education, paying the bills. He'll blame immigrants. He wants you to believe that if you let him round up whoever he wants and ship them out, all your problems will be solved. Now, wait, hold on a second, because this is a serious piece of business. Arizona's a border state. You know there are real issues at the border. We can't pretend there are not. We are a nation of laws, and we are a nation of immigrants. We were built on immigrants looking for a better life. We also have to make sure that the system works the way it was supposed to, right? So we have a real problem to solve. But remember, Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He likes to talk about Kamala being vice president 4 years. We remember you being president, buddy, for 4 years. And if rounding up and deporting millions of desperate people, many of them women and children, is the answer to everything, looks like we might need an EMT right in front here. Everybody bend your knees real quick, because sometimes when you stand too long, you get a little faint. She'll be all right. Just got to make sure, and drink something if you got it, all right? Good job, EMTs. So the question is, why didn't he actually solve the problem when he was in power? Why was the number of undocumented immigrants basically the same when he left office as when he took office? I'll tell you why. Because he didn't have a real plan, and he still doesn't. What he had is talking points. What he had is a concept of a plan. And by the way, it was a mean and ugly concept. You know what would actually help bring order to the border and actually help fix our immigration system? The bipartisan deal that Kamala Harris supported, even though it was written by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress, and Donald Trump deliberately lobbied against it and told Republicans don't vote for it because he figured that if you passed it, he would not be able to engage in the same kind of fear-mongering that he's been doing. He cared more about winning an election than he did to actually solve the problem. Vote. We do not need a president who's willing to make problems worse to make his politics better. We need a president who actually cares about solving problems, making your life better. That's what Kamala Harris will do. And that's why you got to vote. And to help her do it, she needs a Senate full of public servants like Ruben Gallego. Ruben. Keep going while I take my sip of water. Ruben. You heard Ruben speak a little bit about his life. Son of an immigrant, single mom. Growing up, he and his sisters didn't have much. He worked construction, worked as a meat packer, anything to help his family. Later, he served in the Marines. In Congress, he's proven that he will stand up to corporate price gouging and work to lower costs for families. Ruben's the kind of person we need in Washington. This is the kind of person who's going to help Kamala get stuff done. Folks who share our values and will do whatever they can to move the country forward. And him teaming up with Mark Kelly, man, that's a powerful 1-2 punch right there. One of those values that Ruben shares and that's talked a lot about in the campaign is freedom. So I want to talk a little bit about that. I do not think we've ever had an election with candidates who understand freedom so differently. For Donald Trump and his cronies, freedom means that the powerful can do whatever they please. That's his definition of freedom. I want to fire workers for trying to organize a union. I should be free to do so. You know, they want the freedom to throw out votes if they lose an election. They want to control what women can and can't do to their bodies. In other words, for Trump, freedom is getting away with stuff. And it's like he said in the middle of the pandemic, when he said, I do not take any responsibility at all. I'm not sure any American president has ever uttered those words other than Donald Trump. I do not take any. People were dying. Hospitals overrun. I do not take any responsibility at all. That's his idea of freedom. I do what I want, and I'm not responsible for anything. We have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for our families if we're willing to work. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water. The freedom to send our kids to school without worrying if they'll come home safely. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own lives, how we worship, who we marry, what our family looks like. And we also believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make different choices. And it doesn't make them bad people. It doesn't make them evil people. It doesn't make them enemies of the state. I mean, I listen to some of the language that's being thrown around. Look, even on the most contentious issues, I've always said there are good people of conscience on both sides of the abortion divide. And I respect anybody whose faith tells them that it's not something that they would do, that they support. But if we believe in freedom, then we should at least agree that such a deeply personal decision should be made by the woman whose body is involved, not by politicians. And it's been fascinating to watch Donald Trump just try to tie himself into a pretzel on this issue, because he sees that what his party has been doing is unpopular. And so when he ran for president the first time, he said he would support punishing women who got an abortion. Punishing women. Then a couple weeks ago, he tells women he'll be their, quote, protector. I will tell you how he protected you, quote unquote. He handpicked 3 of the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe versus Wade. He bragged about it. And now there are Trump abortion bans in 20 states, many of them with no exceptions for rape and incest. And he's out there saying, well, you know, everyone wanted it this way. Really? Donald Trump may be confused, but let's be clear about what's at stake here. If you send Ruben Gallego to the Senate, he'll vote to restore the reproductive freedom that women had for nearly 50 years. And if Congress passes that bill, Kamala Harris will sign it into law. Because they understand freedom is about being able to make the right choice for ourselves and our families. And here in Arizona, you don't even have to wait. Abortion's actually on the ballot right here. You have a chance to vote yes on Prop 139 and put women, not politicians, back in control of their personal medical decisions. It's an example of how, at the end of the day, this election, it's not just about policies. It's not just about plans or concepts of a plan. It's about values. It's about who we are, how we treat each other, the example we want to set for our children and their children. It's about character. Some of you know that when I was growing up, I didn't have a father in the house. But I was lucky enough to have people around me. A stepfather for a time, my grandparents, teachers, coaches, and most of all, my mom, who taught me the difference between right and wrong, who showed me what it meant to have integrity and to be honest and to be responsible and to work hard and to treat other people the way I wanted them to treat me. And I suspect most of you grew up the same way. And as you know, I wasn't perfect right off the bat. And sometimes I didn't live up to those values and I made mistakes. And I tried to learn from them. And then as I got older, I continued to benefit from people who reinforced those values. And obviously my wife, Michelle, was one of those people. She's still trying to make me a little bit better. But it wasn't just Michelle. It was also friends and coworkers and neighbors and even political opponents, people on the other side of the aisle. And I already mentioned it before. Being here in Tucson, I'm thinking about my friend John McCain. Yeah, now, I don't want to over-romanticize our relationship. And, you know, John was conservative, to put it mildly. Ran against me in 2008. Talked about me on the campaign trail. But you know what? He understood that some values transcend party. He believed in honest argument and hearing the views of other people. He didn't demonize his political opponents. You remember the time at the end of the campaign when a woman at one of his rallies said, "Oh, Obama, you can't vote for that Arab. He's not even a citizen." And she started going on a rant, and he said, ma'am, hold on a second. I have a lot of disagreements with Senator Obama, but I serve with him. He's a good man. He's an honorable man. He's a patriotic American. Shut it down. He knew that if we get in the habit of bending the truth to suit political expediency or party orthodoxy, our democracy can't work. The man had character. People like Gabby Giffords and Mark Kelly have character. Your governor has character. Your mayor has character. That's what I think about these days. I think about this a lot because it's so different from what we see right now out of the Republican nominee. And increasingly, the entire party has just decided it's okay. I mean, one of the most disturbing things about this election and Donald Trump's rise in politics is how we seem to have set aside the values that people like a John McCain stood for. Values we were taught. A few weeks ago, we had one of the deadliest hurricanes in American history. And President Biden and Vice President Harris were down in North Carolina meeting with local officials and comforting families. And meanwhile, Donald Trump and his running mate were making up stories, circulating stories about how the Biden administration was withholding aid and not giving it to Republican areas and giving it to undocumented immigrants, just making stuff up. And even Republicans on the ground said it was a bald-faced lie. And there were real consequences to this. The other day, a man was arrested for threatening FEMA workers, emergency relief workers, because he believed some of those lies that were being spread. This isn't harmless. Yet people some workers have been forced to relocate because they're worried about their safety. People who were just trying to help. And you're trying to exploit that? Folks that they're most vulnerable? It is shameful. And because Donald Trump feels like making stuff up, you've got hard-working public servants who cannot do their jobs. And you've got desperate families being left to fend for themselves. Some of them are not even applying for aid they're eligible for because they believed that, well, there's no point because I'm not going to get help. So my question is, when did that become okay? But look, no, just hold on a second. I really want to focus on this. No matter where you are on the issues, how could you go along with that? If your coworkers acted like that, they wouldn't be your coworkers for very long. If you had a family member who acted like that, just making stuff up, hurtful stuff, you might still love them, but you tell them you got a problem. And you certainly wouldn't put them in charge of anything. And yet when Donald Trump lies or cheats or bullies or shows utter disregard for our Constitution, when he calls service members like John McCain losers because they died in battle or were captured, when he calls fellow citizens vermin or the enemy within, people make excuses for it. They think it's okay, so long as their side wins. And I have to say, I've noticed this especially with some men who think Trump's behavior, the bullying and the putting people down and acting all, pretend tough guy, that somehow that's a sign of strength. I am here to tell you that is not what real strength is. Never has been. Real strength is about working hard and carrying a heavy load without complaining. Real strength is about taking responsibility for your actions and telling the truth even when it's inconvenient. Real strength is about helping people who need it and standing up for those who can't always stand up for themselves. That's what we should want for our daughters and our sons. That's what I want to see in the President of the United States of America. And the good news is that you have a candidate. You have candidates to vote for in this election who demonstrate character, who know what real strength looks like, who will set a good example and will do the right thing and lead this country better than they found it. And that is the choice in this election. So, if you are talking to friends and family and neighbors, and it's hard to have political conversations right now. Sometimes families are getting divided. It's getting so intense. Friendships are broken off because of it. It shouldn't be that way. But Ruben and I were talking to a remarkable group of men right before we came out, and we were talking about this, and somebody said, man, I'm just so tired of everybody being divided and mean and nasty. And I said, well, we don't have to be that way. We can make arguments while still saying, I love you and I'm going to listen to you. But you need to have those conversations, though. If somebody says, well, I'm thinking about voting for Trump because I remember the economy being pretty good, remind them why it was good. If you say, well, I'm mad about higher prices, you say, well, hey, what is exactly Donald Trump's plan for higher prices? Just ask him. And if they don't, you tell him he's got concepts of a plan. And it don't make sense. If they're concerned about issues like immigration, ask him, well, what do you think he's going to do? Because we know what he did the first time didn't work. You can have that conversation. And if after you've gone through that, and the folks who are unconvinced say, yeah, I don't know, I still like him, then I think you have to then say, yeah, but what about character? What about values? Because that matters. It's not just policies are on the ballot. Don't vote for somebody who does not respect you. Don't vote for somebody who makes fun of people because they're not like them. Don't prey on people who are weaker than you. It's about values. It's about character. So whether this election is making you feel excited or scared or hopeful or frustrated or anything in between, do not sit back and hope for the best. Get off your couch and what? Put down your vote and do what? Vote for Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. Vote for Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. Vote for Ruben Gallego and this whole incredible Arizona Democratic ticket. Tell your friends and family members and neighbors to do the same. Because if enough of us make our voices heard, we will leave no doubt about the outcome of this election. We will leave no doubt about who we are and what America stands for. And together we will keep building a country that is more fair and more just and more equal and more free. That is our job. That's our responsibility. Tucson, let's go do it. Thank you. I love you. Bye-bye.